In 5, 4, 3.
Thank you.
Yes.
We're ready?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I call this meeting to order at 6:03 p.m. In accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, laws of 1975, adequate notice of this meeting was originally provided through the annual public notice on January 6, 2026. Emailing the newspapers designated by the board, the local source, and the Star Ledger, posting on the district's website, the main bulletin board, and the administration's office, and in each Roselle Borough school. Emailing to the clerk of Roselle Borough and posted on the Borough Roselle website. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Tebow, will you please take the roll call?
Good afternoon. Dr. Atkins,
Present.
Ms. Roselle Brown, Ms. Jessica Chavez,
Present.
Mrs. France D. Cortez,
Present.
Ms. Antigua Santos, Ms. Aisha Turnage, Dr. Courtney Washington, Ms. Loretta Washington,
Present.
Ms. Woody.
Present.
All right, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Tebow. At this time, the board will go into an executive session. I would like to ask for a motion to enter into executive session to discuss issues that warrant confidentiality as consistent with NJSA 10:4-12 for matters of attorney-client privilege, contracts, legal, litigation, negotiations, personnel, and student matters. The minutes will be available to the public upon request when the confidentiality of the subject is no longer warranted. May I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Cortez. All in favor?
All in favor? Sorry, I had it on. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We'll be in executive session for about 1 hour. Thank you.
What you got in there, Dr. Bishop? I know, right? Everybody was looking for it. Yeah. Don't leave without it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna check with them what they did. agenda, and I'll be right with you.
For executive session too. We didn't say anything.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how they do it. Every board does it differently.
I see.
They usually conduct their business and then they'll call you in or not.
Oh, or not, that's not good.
Oh, nothing's working for me either. Oh, you gotta go back and it works? Yeah. It was working at some point. I didn't make this up.
Do they have a Wi-Fi code? It's probably why. No?
Very rarely. That's
How do people do presentations, they tú tenías un coraje. Entre más hablaba, más coraje me daba. Oh, sí, Nelly, sí. Bien, queda un poquito bien. Ya, yo solo dije, claro, de ahorita. Y tú eres sustituta, en otra palabra, no sigue jodiendo. ¿Quién dijo? Oh, Argentina, dice que lo veía. Sí, tiene que ser, porque es donde la principal dijo eso, ¿no? ¿Y no? Si lo hiciste como quiera. Pero, nene, una cosa, si se va, se va. Mañana ya va a coger un sete. Y él luego cuando falta mañana, sí, pero va a coger un sete, obvio. ¿Entiendes? So, yeah, no, mañana, pues, el año que viene no se trabaja. Ese día, porque hasta un papel de dulce tengo aquí. Estoy en el oratorio. Cogí un papel de dulce en la esquina y un de eso de mi esposa. So, sí, siempre, y por eso te dije, ok, yo sé, ahora la próxima vez tú tienes que chequear cuando tú llegues. Sin preguntar, tú vas y checas. Entonces, y tú viste que entonces la otra, el Dios, ¿viste? Te dijo que no entró. Y ellos estás confiando. Entonces, que el lunes va a tener que ser eso. Y sí, porque cuando te ordene, dice que yo la llamo. Sí, que estaba dentro de la silla. Y si tú, yo estoy mirando la silla. Si hay una buena silla, tú la ves. No está muy bueno. Bien. Bien. Con esta silla no se necesita. Se ve, si en algún tipo de algo.
said an hour. They said an hour.
It could be longer.
Hmm?
It could be longer.
Oh, you've been to this.
I've been a board secretary before. They could be back there eating dinner.
I hope they didn't go that far.
Usually, if they're running late, they usually have somebody come and let me know they're going to be running behind.
Oh, you.
I get it.
I thought, I expected my people. But I
Yeah,
didn't
I
see
mean,
time.
yeah, I used to work for Jersey City, so they used to, you know, they start the meeting, they do public comment, then they go into closed session.
Okay.
And then if they would do 90 minutes, and if they would run late, they would have somebody come out and let you know they're running late.
I'm gonna say, nobody shows up for these meetings?
I'm shocked. But this is not their regular meeting.
Still,
I'm shocked that nobody's.
open to the public.
I am shocked that nobody's. I noticed that as I walked in. Oh, no, you didn't hear what?
I didn't know. Cause you know, I'm like, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't know they let, I guess some districts do it, they go right into closed session, they open up the meeting and go right into closed session.
Okay.
They could be waiting for the other board members to come in. You know, it's right after work.
That's true.
They should probably go in there now.
That's true.
And make it their executive session on it. I've seen it done both ways where they're going into executive session, they go through. So you can let the public, like, leave, so they can carry on their business. I've never seen it like this, where they go down and just go there.
They filmed this stuff, right?
They do.
I guess they have someone to turn it on, turn it off.
Have you been to a board meeting before?
Huh?
Have you been to a board meeting before?
Yes. Not here.
Not here.
No.
Okay.
No. This is my first time. No. If you would have been there, this would have been very odd.
Yeah, yeah.
They was cleaning it up. I was like, okay. They gone. Good thing it gets dark late.
Yeah, what's the people's work, because they know they can go into closed session first. So maybe the people start coming now, hopefully.
Ah, no, but
That would be so important.
because it's a lot going on. So unless people just don't come to this particular one, they don't come to the workshop, maybe they come to the
Exactly.
thought you were supposed to be in there.
No,
Carl,
no, I was supposed to.
You funny, come to nah, you be too much. That's funny.
Yes, I do.
That's what they call.
The one I'm still saying is, you talking about who?
Oh, no, no, I'm looking up earlier. I'm sorry. Oh.
It's like, how are you? APP. Oh, it's cool out there. I hope it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to have one on this one?
That should be fine. Yeah. Yeah, that should be fine. Thank you. I'll come back. These ones out.
Yes, we do. Later, leave it.
Yeah. Are we doing an inspection, like, a presentation today?
Yeah, Dr. Simmons got the facilities presentation key there.
You can tell the public. You can tell the public.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. You got it.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Just wanted to let you know that the board is still in executive session. There'll probably be another 15 minutes, so I appreciate your patience. If they need a little bit longer, I'll give you an update that there'll be more time, but we're expecting about 15 more minutes. Okay?
Seeing what's okay. Oh, we didn't?
John, you want it from here or put on a big screen?
You have slides or?
Yeah, she has a presentation, but no copies of it. This was just young over this and the plan of
Okay.
the summer school. You want to put it up there?
Yeah, I can put it.
That works for me.
I mean, not Wednesday, Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm gonna check with her again Monday. So you're right, 'cause
They have-
so I think everything's set up, so. Hey, Art, you guys is the custodian working tonight?
Josh is out there, yeah.
Tell Josh, he needs to make, I need him to bring the flag out.
Bring the flag?
Yes.
I can bring
Not you,
flag.
Not you, Arthur.
I can do it.
No, I need them to
He wants the
know,
custodian to do it.
so that they know from now on, to make sure it's out there.
Oh.
Okay, so let's go get him for me, okay? No, well, you know, it's part of when he's doing the setup.
He should know.
Set the table
Yeah.
up. If he does it, you know what happens.
Thank you.
It's not like, why am I the one telling somebody about the flag?
These lights are still out with that. 1, 2, 3 down. The one's 2, 4 now it's 3.
So they actually discontinued,
The bulbs?
Corner Industries, they discontinued
What, the lights or the bulbs?
the bulbs. Yeah. So,
Well, why would we get a
You can do a regular school?
fixture then? I don't understand why we just can't get different fixtures. It's 1, 2, 3.
well,
4, 5, 6.
he did that, but I thought, didn't we include that in, that was one of the projects for the second question.
We gonna wait then?
Yeah, so
Really? Just for some fixtures? I wouldn't have even included it.
No, for a stage renovation, but
Yeah, but still.
in the meantime, we got.
What about the other 3 bulbs? We gonna all be in darkness and
We don't offer those bulbs anymore.
And I sit here, so I know it was 2 people. That's all it is.
So in my house, a switch, they didn't make the same switch anymore. I ain't waiting for my home tech to do it. I had to change the switch,
Exactly.
you know.
You don't make that AC anymore, you know. Like, listen. I didn't know now for central air that if you replace one part, you gotta replace a lot because the Freon only goes with certain models, and they stopped making certain type of Freon, so you gotta upgrade the Freon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Harrison has a balcony. I was looking today. Is it out of commission or is that something else up there?
There's still seats up there.
Is no seats? Oh, okay. So why would they make that overhead?
Back in the day, they had seats.
So we couldn't make that part to put seats up there? I could see that being part of number 2, but in these, just saying, since it was, I was looking at it.
You take on that project, okay?
Listen, if we want to make construction, I'm just saying. I didn't know.
But I mean, the classroom was there. No, I'm saying, well, probably wouldn't do that much. You should have windows. Or you could have to the roof. But you can't do the roof. Because it's not classes.
I'm trying to add her on, not really, but I'm trying to add her early. Hi, Josh, how you doing?
So you do the setup for the board meeting?
Mm-hmm.
So when you do the board meeting, you gotta make sure this flag is up front. Because when people say, salute the flag.
Pledge allegiance.
They
Pledge
look at the
allegiance.
flag. They look at the flag. That night they look at the red. They looked at me because they said I had a couple of different. So we just gotta make sure we put it up front so that they know.
Okay.
You know,
It used to be there, right?
Well, it's usually there, but not
Yeah, they
tonight.
must have moved it recently. I got back today.
Okay.
You want me to put it back?
Yeah, but that's another America.
What was it was it down there or on stage?
Oh, right in front of the church.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hey,
Yeah, how you doing? Good to see you too.
Hello? You can push it over.
This one?
Hey, yeah. Hey, how you doing?
I think we're up for that. Hey, Arthur. She's gonna talk. What? She said she'll do it from this one. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
You see, I was coming to sit right next to you. I was coming here to see what happened. What happened?
Okay. Okay. The Lord is okay.
Well, we put the screens outside. Or are you gonna go there?
Okay.
That's fine, because everybody just, I think, yeah, just can see. So this oh, so you're gonna come and come there?
Okay, y'all. Okay, I'll let everyone know that it's in the lot. That'll be it. Chances are it's gonna be overnight through the weekend. Well, no, there's nobody there tomorrow, so it should be fine. Okay, I just drop an email to everybody. Okay, and let them know. And let them know we'll check it. Let us know if anything. Okay. Thank you. You got it. You too. Oh, okay.
I'm useful.
Don't get see quicker, but me.
so good.
I know, right? Standing here is great. Mr. Sylvia's coming?
No, she's gonna present, facilities.
Talkative district. Just for the sake of it. And then sit back and see what happens. So he doesn't mind. Does he have family yet?
No?
That's good, I guess.
Oh, you gotta go to the office. You want to use it?
Oh, okay, all right, good.
They were surprised. They were like, y'all put cupcakes?
You don't give us sweet.
We was parents.
Cupcake hostage, man, holding it hostage.
Look, I've seen those parents before. They come support your giving.
We turned that corner. We like, all right. Let's just do that.
Please, my daughter used to, she didn't like green, she liked nothing with green. So she would throw up anytime you go to something green. And I would look at her, I said, the devil. What's going on here? And she went to, and then we went to a restaurant, Red Lobster. She had something was green or something, she saw. Oh my God. So, because I know my act. It's an act. So I said, you ain't gonna take it to the bathroom, girl? No, because this is an act. You better take her to the bathroom. So I snatched them up and I took her back to clean them up. Put it back on. So now I know I smell like it. So I'm just not eating it. So she
Yeah, because she feels she got her way.
he goes, I said, you think I was lying?
Exactly.
You think I was lying? Because
She will set you up in a minute,
I
yeah.
said, kids, they got a mind of their own. A mind of their own.
So, I don't know what about the actual folks.
They're on their job, put them on, because they agreed that they're going to.
Okay.
So I sent them, what I sent them was because they're already in one for Head Start. Head Start and pre-K are two different programs.
Okay.
So the money they get for Head Start, that's on the agenda, and that's already in the state. Private provider is different. That's a separate contract.
Okay.
So they'll have two contracts, one for the Head Start program, but one thing for the private provider.
Okay.
Because in whatever classes, and that's why I mentioned in here, they said they have 40 kids. I said, well, we're gonna have to choose either we're gonna do 15, 30, we have to do everything in increments of 15.
Yeah.
So either we're gonna have 2 classes or 3 classes, depending on what the 40 or 45 that they provide. I gave it to them because I wanted to look at it, and I figured if we put it on the agenda now, we could also send an information to the state to let them know that we will need another allocation for the private provider. Because they actually get more money as a private provider than we do. So they get, like, for example, if we're getting, I don't know, say we get 16,000 per child, they'll probably get 19,000 per child because they have a lot of overhead. They have more overhead to do with the money. Because they have rent and all that kind of stuff. So they usually get more money than us. So we give that information to the state so that they can, be able to at least consider that too. This is the number. Yeah.
Yeah, I gave it to her last night. She said it's ready. No, I gave her
So this is
because I knew she was
the-
gonna make it today.
the bathroom.
But I called, she called me when they said it's ready. I tasted just out of kindness. If it tastes good, I'll eat it tomorrow. At least I tasted it.
Which it doesn't mean that the board, the review committee of the board, no.
My niece made it.
I don't like the big one. They do a good job.
Because
I didn't know if you just didn't know what to do.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem with dealing with Honeywell. Yes. Yeah.
We don't have a routine, we never got rid of it.
Yeah.
Yes. We can do, we just get the job.
It is. This is our last hurrah, and everybody disappears, so you don't think we'd be gonna go to 30 days? That's what I'm saying. They have to order conscious. I'm not trying to be funny, but I want the preschool. Yeah. My special ed team on there, looking at me, I said, whoa, what do you want to do? You still want to get out of it? And I don't want them using the money because they should not. Because those rules are really now changing. That now bring special ed support too. So anything they order have to be strictly for the agenda. So, but what I'm going to do, hopefully Monday, the preschool stuff, I'll send it and follow up with the Department of Ed. Yeah, I thought he said he was gonna give us what? Didn't Tony say he's gonna give us a motion for accept the state, the letter?
Yeah.
He said that, but
I'm just gonna reach out, just give me
Yeah.
the shell at least.
because we could put that on just accepting it. But he said there is language.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just practicing.
yeah, he said that.
Yeah, we have to wait. We got what we got yesterday for. Just remind me. We can send it like Friday.
That's tomorrow, though.
I know.
That's what I'm like tonight.
Look, if he uses the assistant, you can get this done real quick. we're gonna get route check.
Yeah, you gotta keep that.
Some, I mean, some districts, without a board meeting, will let you reach check. You can try it, 'cause
I don't think my life.
you don't need nothing turn
From the grass going to I remember one year with some man said, "Oh, you gotta wait." I said, "When the head is outside, I put the key to turn it on." I said, "I'll take the penalty if there's a penalty."
They can do business though.
I said, you can make it, you can keep it, keeping fees, you can
Shit.
payments or anything that will affect your health and safety issues. So you can, but I guess most of the stuff free, the big stuff free. Yes, the food service. Like, I gave you that information. You sign it, and you don't do the thing.
That was nice when I said, "Oh, you all can take on the issues, so I'm gonna take share the cost."
You got it, and there are, because there are, they could go in and have health kids and applications, so they don't have an issue. When they have tuition, they say they ain't about that. That's what a lot of charter schools do, they force everybody to go in and application as a requirement from the law. So they could really do it.
It just hit me when she said something about the baby. No, that was- I don't know what you're talking about. No takebacks. How do you charge this? You just plug it in here? No, I know how, I've been using it, but it's dead, so that's why I'm like.
Then, get it.
But you gotta get it charged. Oh, okay.
USBC.
I get up even if they come in here. Excuse me. Really with that burns and thing.
So basically, because I said, so that's why I said, though, because
You said you next.
Myself, I'm like, all right.
That's an
not just for the advance, all the states
That's simple, clear for you to do, so then it can, be something that you then discuss. Additional grant, I could do this. Additional.
But that's why I email, so you will have a lot of communications. It's why the additional grants that we can file.
Okay, so we probably have to read, see,
Okay.
look at that a little more and
Okay.
then see, because, I'm assuming that if we go that route, there's a different fee structure. We ought to seek different structure.
Right, absolutely, which that's why I put it in the contract that I sent to you, email twice. Two separate times, so, you'll have everything in writing, if you have any questions, just contact me back. As opposed to just having just like this whole air type of meeting, you don't have documents in front of you, I have documents. So, I like to do it that way, because it's going to really go line by line, you have to question, then you can ask me.
Soon as we get through, these next couple of weeks, go down here.
Okay.
We'll definitely, schedule meetings. Okay.
Yes, that works. Okay, so I don't need to do anything else at this point.
No.
I just want to make sure that it's just not based off of, getting direct funding from the Senate
From
of
the
Congress.
Senate, right.
Because that's.
So that was the
just
initial,
what-
that was the initial approval. Yeah, I get you. Okay. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
you want to know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Do that, yeah. Year in, we shut everything, try to get everything rolled over. But, probably, I'll definitely reach out and try to schedule something. If you, probably reach out to
Yeah, it's like, you know,
tomorrow.
I'm not
Well, we
gonna
are. We'll move forward and we will, try to set.
Well, I still sit for
I
public.
hope they get one. We ain't these haters coming out. Yeah.
But that's not,
Y'all think
I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's great.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
There's some more.
we was something else today, right? We was something else today. All the presidents were at.
Yeah, Obama Theater. I mean, Obama.
Good.
Library. Yeah, that was real nice. I was actually looking in and tickets available for quite some time.
Yeah.
And actually, you want to look and see about admissions. I don't have any tickets available until October.
Oh, really? William G.
So we said,
That's all it's like when you open, black,
Mhm.
museum in the capital. You have to do a whole year round.
Something's working. Hopefully it gets.
No, I've been doing little pieces of it. Last month,
This was, he was asking this.
I'm not going to do that. These pictures, I'm sure.
you don't remember. I need to be it. Like I told, like, if we all. He did serve there. is different. This guy, he just has family coming.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I mean, bro, I guess I don't even think he used it on this. I mean, you use it. I don't think it's fine.
Oh, when they did the thing?
I wouldn't go there back.
And she said it probably won't be
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I mean, that Sunday you had most of the people on 8th Avenue and Chestnut. Yeah. So it wasn't that bad.
I went on a senior bus trip to the Columbus Market today, so I gave out some cards and I spoke about their referendum.
Oh, okay. When you said senior, you know the first thing I thought about high school seniors. I was like, you go everywhere. I was like, you on this.
No, technically, I'm a senior now.
Yeah, okay.
But it was nice, you know, and I gave them, and then, you know, some were aware of it. And one lady said, I don't need cards. I was like, okay.
Well, I'm glad that you could kind of hear. It's a lot. Like I was just reflecting, like I'm saying, all the professionals you have to bring to the table. And even like last night, you know, sometimes you know it gets the tenseness of a conversation. You feel it, but it's not supposed to be like that. Listen, folks, this is something that's needed. We talk about it for as long as I can remember. We're taking the
I
steps.
remember I was in school now. I know it was said that not since the 1967 or whenever, but I remember when I was in school that it was a vote on building a new school or whatever, and it was voted down.
What year was that?
I graduated in 1977, 50 years ago.
You know what? It probably there is no artifacts of those years after that. I know people said that there were some things.
Yeah.
But I don't know how big it was or how it was done.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that because it was, but they were voting on there, on the same place, but you know, didn't come to down that way. That's why that was basically because it wasn't in town, and they didn't want to come over that way.
Yeah. So that was a more biased type of vote. Different type of the demographics were different.
Yeah.
The demographics were different. That makes it very, very.
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember in school, but we was like, oh, you know, they're in high school, and so on and so forth, and that's why when I was hearing the information last night, I was like, I know there was one since then, because I remember when I was in school, they were voting on that, and you know, it people went to the ballot to vote on it. And I was trying to ask this one, does she remember? She don't remember.
No, I don't remember.
But I do.
All I remember was that wellness thing that they were trying to do.
No, that's recent.
Right, and I don't remember half days either. At the end of the school year.
Oh, well, you did that.
People just left.
Yeah, it wasn't officially half day.
It's a different day. It's a different day.
If you had enough credit, you left. If you didn't have enough credit, you stayed in school because you had to get your credit.
But they didn't give us half days.
No, they didn't give us half day. We just left.
I didn't
Well,
leave.
you especially the students back then, who had the open lunch. So you had open lunch. You didn't have that company. So that was always a problem. You know, as the time starts to change, that had to change.
Because I couldn't get away with it.
I had more than enough credit to do it. So
I could have graduated
you know, I was
with
out.
you guys. But I had already started early, so I
Giselle, is Ms. Vaughn on?
Ms. Bond, is she still?
She's on that laptop over there. You want me to
Okay.
bring it here?
Yeah, because she's asking if we're still in the meeting.
Yeah, I can bring that.
Please, thank you. We're gonna- The presentation. Okay. Wanna work on it? Or we like-
You putting that line.
There are no permits. Oh,
Yes.
there's the facilities, gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have access to facilities. And he's gonna come back with presentation?
Yeah.
We forgot Ms. Bond in the board.
Is that her on the left?
That is her. I'm so sorry.
We could put her in her, we could put her in her spot.
I did ask guys. Is she still there?
No, she's not here.
She's not there?
She said she was gonna sign back in.
Is she? All right, let's reconvene the meeting and then.
Arthur?
Arthur,
Are we live?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. As we reconvene our meeting, I'll ask for an motion to return to public session, please. Motion?
Motion to return. Seconded Washington.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Just a reminder, our next regular monthly board meeting is on Monday, June 22nd at 7:30 p.m. There will be no regular board meeting or workshop meeting on the month of July 2026. Our next regular monthly board meeting and workshop meeting will be held on Thursday, August 20th, 2026, beginning at 6 p.m. Again, that will be our workshop meeting. Now comes the time for presentations. We will be having a facility presentation by the business department. If we can please come down to the chairs so that we can have a presentation. Thank you.
Can y'all
You
see
going with
the
big
TV?
screen?
Do you want a big screen?
No, whatever you're going, I just want to make sure I can see it, so.
Yeah, oh, you can do the clicker?
Yeah.
Although she's waiting on the host.
So, I gave, in your seat, on your, in front of you, on the dais, I gave you the copies of the analysis or the inspection report we did for, to look at all the buildings and the level of expectation we have for what the buildings should look like in terms of custodial work and maintenance. One of the reasons why we did this is to get a baseline of where we stood and what work we had to do moving forward. And many of you, we've spoken about the state of the buildings, what the buildings look like. During our retreat, we walked some of the areas and we saw just different things. But what I wanted to do is have a complete analysis so that we knew where we were and where we needed to get to. So we hired Edificate. They do this analysis work throughout the state. They do it in the areas of custodial and food service. So overall, when you read the report, we had actually a district average of 77%. So they graded it just like you would do, 1 to 100. And what they found was throughout all of our buildings, the administrative building had the highest in terms of the different things, but it's a smaller building, so obviously there's a lot less to do in the administrative building. But when you start looking at the schools, you'll see that Washington Elementary, they're at 86%, meaning that all of the different standards that are required for cleaning, for maintenance, they were at 86%, meaning very compliant when it came to a lot of the things in that school. The next was LV Moore at 82%. Abraham Clark High School right here was at 76%. KSA, Kindergarten Academy, they're at 75%. And unfortunately, Grace Wilday is at 62% and in the area of needs improvement. Okay?
The other two elementary schools?
We're missing.
Harrison and both.
Yeah, they're in the big report. I guess these were just the averages we pulled out for this.
Okay.
This is pictorial. The standard maintenance, and what we'll see in that report, it addressed all of the cleaning items that every school should be focusing on, from top to bottom. So you'll see from the auditorium to the bathrooms to the floors, everything you'll see in it, and also included any maintenance issues. They may mention, like if you look here, some of the maintenance issues that may need to be addressed. At this high school, they talked about, we know that there's some stairs, outdoor stairs that need to be repaired. So all of those things were part of what they looked at, because the vendor looked at the campus, not just the building, but inside and out, okay? So what this report also did was showed us some of the maintenance issues and the protocols that should be in place. And it also pointed out some of the ways we should be cleaning, okay? And that expectation. And then lastly, they talked about some safety on the grounds and priority. They talked about the fire extinguishers throughout the district, where that stands. As you know, that's a big piece. If something was to happen, we need to have that in a certain way. Playgrounds. If you remember, we mentioned that we're going to do some work on the playgrounds. They mentioned that. They went and walked the playgrounds and saw that also. And then they talked about other standards that should be in place, such as licenses being posted in the boiler rooms and things like that. Okay, you can go next. So like I said, overall, the district average was 77%. However, when you looked at some of the systems and protocols implemented, we have a lot more work to do. Meaning we have a lot more required stuff that we really have to hit when it comes to the maintenance and some of the standards that the state of New Jersey wants for every school building to have, okay? And again, this is just a summary of what the detail you have there. You can move on. So as you mentioned, we have Grace Will Day in the red area, meaning we have a lot of work to do at Grace Will Day. So as you look at where everything stands, this is now going to generate, and we already started this, the summer cleaning protocol. And we now, based on what every building has, we know now how to staff it and now what to do for every building. Knowing that we have a lot more work to do here, and that work is also going to be complementary to some of the maintenance monies and projects that we have to do in this building too. And we already recognize some of those for Grace Will Day and for everybody else, okay? Next one. So they talked about the high performers in terms of what buildings looked a little better. And one of the things that for me this pointed out was, what are our staff, where's our staff in all of this? What things are one building doing and another building not doing? Because what we see from these various, some being high performers and lower performers, is that there's not equity in terms of what our staff is doing in every building. So one of the things we have to do clearly is get all of our staff on the same playing field in terms of training, understand everybody cleaning the same way, everybody incorporating the same protocols across the district so that we can bring all of these buildings up to the same standard. So we know that we can get to this standard because we already have a school at that standard, right? So the key is to see what's not happening in other buildings and make sure we train and build the staff up to get there. Well, one of the things that we talked to one of the vendors that we work with is some of the compliance issues. Now, because we're dealing with buildings and systems, there's a lot of compliance that we have to adhere to. So looking at these critical issues is important. Knowing that our fire extinguishers are such a low percentage, we know we have to now up that, bring in a vendor so that we can get all the fire extinguishers inspected and up to par, okay? So that's a big one for us. Boiler room compliance, another big piece. The last thing we want to have happen is something happen with the boiler and the staff in the building not being able to address it. So bringing our boiler and specifically making sure everybody has their Black Seal license is going to be another piece for us. And then posting that, because if an inspector comes in, we have to show them that we have all of this information. Documentation. These sound like little things, but they're not little at all. Key logs. Who has the keys to get in and out of the building? And where's the logs for that? Utility shut-off procedures. What if somebody's there? What if it's at night and the person doesn't know what this building does? How are they going to shut something off if something happens, right? Emergency procedures. In an emergency, what are we doing with the different systems in our building? Chemical safety. Now, the SDS sheets, this is throughout every school building. These are the things we buy on purchase order. So understanding what kind of chemicals, what kind of issues, what kind, simple as, do you have Lysol? We know Lysol is supposed to be used in classrooms. So is that there? Is there an SDS sheet on it? Because God forbid somebody touches something, something happens to them in reaction, and we don't have the protocols to say, that's what they touched, this is the SDS on that person, this is what needs to happen for that, for this situation. So again, making sure that the safety and compliance deficits are corrected. This is one of the things that I mentioned in terms of why is some buildings at some certain levels and other buildings at different levels. So what this kind of looks at is, what is everybody doing? And is everybody doing it the same way? And they mentioned, and one of the things I know we talked about during the retreat was the dust that we were seeing everywhere, right? And why is that building up, and why do so many schools have issues with that? So here they talk about, what do we have to do? A universal, overall it's a universal thing that everybody's not doing. So what protocol should everybody be adopting in order to manage dust across the district in the classrooms? So here, number one, we're going to be looking at that. Number two, we shouldn't walk into a bathroom and smell anything, right? So if we do, then why is that happening, and what are we going to do to correct that? So looking at how they clean our bathrooms is going to be a big piece, and that making sure everybody's doing it the same way. The fixtures. Why do we have so many fixtures out of order? What do we need to do to fix that? And how do we stay on top of that kind of thing? And then last but not least, but as you know, sometimes, you know, when you open a closet, I know in my house, my closets are not always straight and have everything together, but in a school, this is imperative, right? Because we need to make sure that they have all the cleaning supplies they need, that they can look and easily find everything they're looking for, and that they have all the supplies they need for different tasks in the building, and using them properly. That's another big piece. So looking at these areas is going to help us really bring all of the buildings to a better level. Remember I said they looked at the whole campus. So again, another critical issue is the ground and exterior hazards. We already acknowledged that we need to look at the playgrounds. A lot of the mulch has, you know, after usage, the mulch starts depleting, and we have to make sure that the depleted mulch is restored so that our children, when they're out there playing, that there's no harm or danger coming to them. Structural ground hazards. We have, as they walk the buildings and the campuses, they found a couple of areas that we need to address. Some of them we know about, some of them we didn't. So these are some of the things that we're going to put on the list for the summer, because these are critical areas that we need to address. And then just overall landscaping and debris. Being more intentional about how we're going to be keeping our grounds, making sure that if we have landscapers, they're going to be doing this thing on a regular basis, and addressing some of the things that maybe probably has not been addressed over the last few months. Here, what we did was look at all the different tasks. So one of the ways we're going to keep up with this in terms of our summer cleaning program is that we looked at all the key maintenance issues. So we're going to look at all of that. Some of them we already talked about, and we have projects set up to work on some of these things. Others, we're going to have to now find new vendors or trained staff to be able to fix these issues and then address that for each school. In the fall, we produced what's called an M1 and a comprehensive maintenance plan. You already submitted that to the state of New Jersey. So these are the things that show up in that kind of in that report. So what we're going to do is execute this based on the report we submitted in the fall. Okay? And that's just all the schools. You keep on. So how are we moving forward? So one of the things we're going to do is we're going to move from not having the documents in terms of the boiler rooms, posting what they need to post. We're going to make sure that we put all of those things together, and we're going to come to a level where everything that one school has, all the schools have. So we're going to work on making sure we get all of this documentation in order. 2, we're going to retrain all of our staff so that everybody follows the same protocols when it comes to cleaning. And then 3, we're going to establish accountability. A lot of times we talk about how we're making people accountable. So one of the things I'm going to show you, we're going to develop a form, and they're going to have to complete these forms every time they finish a week, so that we know the status of a building and what was done and what still needs to be done. Standard operations. One of the things we're going to train the staff on is the one wall method. What I like about this is that it shows you what staff can be doing to keep up with cleaning. Because we know in one night they can't do everything. So how do they, in a week, get everything done? So this one wall method is going to take us from, on a Monday, they're going to do one wall. That means dust down one wall and everything on that wall in the classroom. Then the next day they go to the next wall in the same classroom and dust down everything like that. Wednesday, another wall, dust down everything on that wall, and then Thursday, everything on that wall. That will allow us to keep up with the dust, as simple as it sounds, but allow us to keep up with the dust across 1 week in every classroom. So that we're not expecting a custodian to go in and do everything. No, let's break it all up. And those are some of the protocols we'll put in place to make sure that everyone, regardless of the school, that everybody's doing the same thing. Again, as we look at floors, we know floors and stripping the floors and cleaning the floors are a big piece of what our staff does. So here we're going to make sure that number 1, they have the right equipment, that they have and all the equipment is being fixed. As a matter of fact, we just sent a bunch of our equipment to our vendors to get them fixed. So we had a lot of broken equipment. So we're gonna get all our equipment fixed. In addition to that, we're gonna make sure we have the proper cleaning supplies to do this. But not just the proper cleaning supplies, but utilizing the supplies we have the right way. One of the stories we were told was that the staff, that some people don't like taking the whole bucket with them to clean the floors, and they just take the container. But there's a dilution that has to happen at a certain ratio. So we're finding that some of those floors are not being cleaned properly because they're not using the ratio the right way to clean those floors. So making sure we use those, clean the floors the right way with the right products at the right ratios to make sure everything gets cleaned the right way. Mandating documentation and systems. Creating custodial closets and making sure they're clean, making sure we have all the things exposed that needs to be exposed, and making sure somebody's responsible every day for these areas. Hanging, like I mentioned, making sure, collecting all the black seals for every employee and then hanging them where they're supposed to be hung. Making sure we have required logs for the boiler room and any other area we need that. And then for the head custodian, making sure that there's monthly checklists, that he knows what's supposed to be done on a monthly basis, checking to make sure that all the fire extinguishers and anything else is being done and being done properly. So what we did was create a summer cleaning program for each school, and in the next 30 days, these are all the things we're going to start looking at. Today we was, myself and Mr. Tebout, we were able to talk to one of the managers at Pritchard, and we're going to talk to him more about some of these protocols in terms of what our expectation is. And we're going to make sure that these are some of the things now that they put into their daily checklist to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. After 60 days, we're looking to train all of our staff. We've already started talking to one of the vendors to give us this kind of training. So we're going to make sure that happens. We're going to complete the boiler license. We're going to be doing all of our maintenance this summer as opposed to in the fall. So we're going to be looking at all of our boiler systems, HVAC systems, to make sure everything is ready to go. But that's what we'll be doing by the end of the summer. And then systematic integration, making sure that we have inventory, that we have all of the products that we need, that everything that we need to make our staff successful in terms of cleaning and maintaining our grounds, that they have them. We're going to create schedules for our maintenance vendors to make sure they're here when they're supposed to be here, so that we don't have anything falling behind or falling through the cracks. Okay? So overall, one of the things, as you see, we're going to keep everybody accountable to this. So how are we going to do that? One of the things we created was a form, and what the expectation is that form is going to be completed weekly by the principal, signed off, created by the custodian, then signed off by the principal, the facilities manager, and then given to the business administrator or assistant business administrator, so that we can make sure that people are doing what we think they should be doing on a weekly basis. Then we're going to centralize anything else we need to do so that we can see what's going on. One of the things we just created was a centralized event schedule, so we can see all the events happening in the building and that people are addressing what the needs are for that. So we're looking to centralize a lot of more of these things. And then the target is for August 31st for all of our buildings to be ready, to look pristine, and for all of our students to come back and see our buildings in tip-top shape. So that's what that report is has helped us to do, and the expectation is that we can hit this, and we can do this by August 31st. We've already met as a team. Like I mentioned, we talked to Pritchard. We're going to have more meetings with Pritchard. We even asked them to if they could help us with more staffing, because we know some of our staff has vacation. So we're going to make sure that we have the proper staffing levels to get all of this work done this summer. Okay, that's all I have. Any questions, any comments?
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you. It was a very lovely presentation, by the way. Love the visuals. In terms of the Black Seal license, how many staff that currently have that Black Seal?
I have to check on that, because it's required that They're all supposed to have them, but I can't say they all do have them. And I think that's part of the reason why we have some not posted. So we're gonna do an audit of who has it, and if they have it, we're gonna post it, and if they don't, we'll give them the opportunity to get it. One of the things that we don't experience anymore, back in the day, everybody had to have a black seal because we used to have high pressure boilers. We don't have high pressure boilers in most of our buildings anymore. So the need to have the 24-hour protocols are a little bit less, but at the same time, we still are required to have them. So we're gonna do an audit to figure that one out, because I can't honestly tell you if everybody has them.
Okay, but they were already given the opportunity to get the black seal.
Yes,
So
I mean-
at this point, if they don't have it, there should be a time frame.
Absolutely.
If you don't have it by a certain time.
Absolutely. Because if I'm not mistaken, the job requires the black seal license. So if there's any reason why they didn't get it, exactly what you said, we'll give them another opportunity, but it'd be a short window to make sure everybody's compliant.
The other concern is, Pritchard is a professional cleaning service,
Mhm.
correct? So they should know how to clean. We've had this issue for quite some time, so I think it's time for us to look for another vendor.
Well, that was the challenge, but because they came in at the right thing, we were
At the right pricing.
kind of forced our hand, and we had to take them. And so one of the things that we did, we asked to implement to mitigate this was some of these, I don't know, I don't remember what they're called, the legal term that we received. But like, yeah, some of these nuances in the contract to say like if they don't provide enough staffing, the amount of staffing that they're supposed to, that they should be returning money to us.
Correct.
And so, yeah, so we did try, because we did not want to go that route, we did try to do everything to shore up.
To make sure that they was
But if they're
accountable.
building up their end, we shouldn't be paying them for not doing the job correctly.
Yeah, but that's a part of what this,
So that's
this,
why we need
that's
to-
why
yeah.
That's why we did the baseline to see what it looked like.
Right.
And number two, one of the things that we are trying to complete is that we put new terms and conditions in the contract.
Yes.
I talked to the gentleman today, and he's like, whatever you need. And I said, thank you very much. So we're looking to change some of those conditions so that we have them more accountable, so that they bring in the staff, and regardless of who they bring in, that they properly train them to do the work the right way. And one of the other things we're looking to do is to bring in-house the person that manages that, so we have more accountability directly to us on a daily basis.
Okay, and then in terms of making sure that Pritchard is holding their end of the bargain, is there a person assigned to doing that? Who's keeping track of the cleanliness of the buildings at nighttime? Do we have a weekly report that has to be provided to the facility manager? per building?
All of that is what we're looking to implement. We're looking to have that a person totally dedicated throughout the day and night to the cleaning of the buildings. Number two, having them report to the facilities manager and weekly present us with what does the schools look like. So that anytime we walk into the schools, we have an expectation. And that's, I think, a big piece. What is the expectation? And this is what that report is giving us. This is the expectation. These are the deficient areas. So now it's not, arbitrary what isn't working. We know we have a document to look at. So now we have an ability to hold them much more accountable because we know what we want it to look like. We know what each school, their deficiencies look like, so that when Mr. T-Bow, Mr. Reese takes a walk around the school, we can clearly point things out if they're working or not. So that is the expectation. And we change, and the adjustment is to kind of change some of the supervision to make sure we get it.
Okay, yeah, no, the reason why I was asking that is because it's not the first time that we ask for something like that to happen.
Sure.
To be able to hold them accountable for the work that they do.
Mm-hmm.
And so just want to make sure that, we're putting this in place and it's actually happening.
Yes.
Not just, saying it here and then
No,
nobody's checking.
Absolutely. So I'll just jump in only because, so as you all know, the assistant VA position was a new addition to the district.
Mhm.
This capacity is exactly what I'm able to do. This is just a plan, but like you said, the accountability has to be there. We've had the conversation. I was on the phone with Pritchard all day to explain to them, I wasn't willing to just sign another contract because what they did was send the renewal. And I said, we need to make sure we're protecting the district because of the walk we had last year when we looked at the readiness of the buildings. I knew we had to have that accountability. So all that to say, I'm going to be a part of that accountability. This is creating the structure so it's not such a heavy lift. We're requiring these reportings. We're setting the standard. They're required to meet it. It's not a question. They have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I think
Question.
this
It was more of a comment than a question.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, thank you for hearing the concerns of the board, and I know specifically for myself, I can speak for myself, walking the building and you taking the time to walk with me, and I highlighted a lot of the concerns I had regarding to the cleanliness, the dusting and everything. And thank you, it makes me feel heard that you went and researched this particular program to do the quality assurance piece, to bring them in and be able to review our facilities and give us a detailed report. Many of the things we did see, but it's good to see like a professional company that, came in and also provided the service so we can identify exactly how to move forward in making the necessary changes, even if it leads up, to looking at the contracts, terms, expectations, and discussing. So thank you, Mr. Tebow, for doing that as well. But, I think as a board, I'm very pleased to see that a concern was brought up by many of us, and then it was also followed through with a solution. Now, I just would like to see that the follow through in terms of keeping up and holding the accountability piece so that we can see the change after have had this tool, this report, this QAPI process, and then having it materialize to some positive outcomes.
I appreciate that. And I think the key for me personally is I like to set the team up for success. So we've had a lot of conversations. One of the big things that Dr. Fisher can attest to is I'm big on plans. When we have a plan, at least we know what we have to achieve. And we have gone over a lot of those plans, and that conversation needs to happen, I say, every week, if not even more often. So that's what we're going to plan to do it's a busy summer. Summer is our busiest time. So our efforts in the business office has to be spot on because we can't afford to not do this. That's why today, as we asked Pritchard to bring in extra staff for the beginning of this plan, which starts next Monday. As soon as school lets out, we're going to start the plan. So that's already set up to start happening. So those are the kind of things that we're going to, make sure happens. We're going to also set up the training. I already have one of our staff members calling one of the trainers to come in and start training the team. We already sent out all of the equipment to get fixed. So all those little pieces, because there's a lot of pieces, as you know, to get this done. So we're trying to make sure that we don't have no reason why we can't achieve what we're looking to do for the end of the summer. Okay. I appreciate your time, and like you said, one of the things I think overall, when it comes to facilities, the business office, we've been trying our best to make sure that we put the information out there, if it's a standard operating procedure, if it's a report like this, so that people can understand this is the expectation. And now, as if you don't understand it, we'll be the first people to help train you, help teach you, and help talk to you in terms of whatever is not understood. But once we give you that, we're going to hold you accountable to do the work that we have expectations for. And that's the key. So this is it's going to be a lot of work, but it's good work. I call this the good work. Because this is why we have a team. So the team has to step up and do what we have to do now.
And we're talking about a one-year renewal, right? It's a one-year renewal.
With Pritchard, you did actually a competitive contract. So every year we renew, but we can always opt not to. and go different levels.
This will be the last.
It's not the last year on it, because I think you did it last summer.
Yeah,
so we have 5 extra. This is the year 1. Next year is year 2. So you can renew. You can keep it moving for an extra 3 years. However, if they don't meet the standards that we put, we can then go back out and find another vendor.
Right, that's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Yes.
So my hope is that because we are now all working together, and we tell them what the standard is that they'll raise their game up to what we expect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur.
This one right here. This one I'm on.
This is working all day.
Yeah, what happens, so remember we talked
Okay.
about we have to give them at least 1 year.
This is not. Review it. Got it. Okay.
Any questions on that?
Okay. So just so that I got it, maybe we have we just review it.
Yeah.
Thank you for that presentation to our business office. May I have a motion to accept and approve presentations, facility presentations? May I have a motion, please? Thank you. Roll call, please.
Dr. Atkins,
Yes.
Ms. Woody,
Yes.
Mrs. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Chavez,
Yes.
Mrs. Cortez,
Yes.
Ms. Church,
Yes.
Mrs. Washington,
Yes.
the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Tizon. Now comes the portion for public comments. This section of the meeting for public comments is mandated by this board's policies. Members of the public who wish to address the board during the public comment portion of this meeting may do so for 4 minutes. Please come to the microphone, provide your name and address for the record. When speaking, please address all comments to the board president, chair. Public comment is not intended. It is a time of the meeting during which the public may speak on any topic associated with the business of this Board of Education. All public comments must conform to basic standards of civility. Disruptive, threatening, defamatory, or profane and/or profane comments, as well as political commentary, will not be allowed. If spoken during the meeting, the comment will be stopped and may be removed from the meeting. Is there anybody coming to the mic?
Kind of tall, so I need to hold the mic. Good evening, good evening, good evening, President, Vice President, board members, superintendent, members of the administration, and members of the community. My name is Felonia Saxton, and I am the president of Garden Estates and Associates. And I would like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. My purpose tonight is not only to introduce myself, but also to provide the board and community with an update on the work our firm has been performing on behalf of the district to identify and pursue funding opportunities that support the board's educational and facility goals. Garden Estates and Associates is a grant writing firm, and funding development is what we do. We specialize in securing local, state, and federal funding for public entities and educational institutions. We're honored to be working alongside the Roselle Board of Education and District Administration as part of their efforts to bring additional resources into the district. Since the beginning
in our engagement, I have met with Dr. Fisher and members of the administrative team to better understand the district's priorities, facility needs, and long-term vision. Those discussions have focused on several important initiatives, including facility improvements, HVAC upgrades, and funding opportunities that may support the district's future capital projects. As an update to our efforts to date, our firm has prepared and submitted funding requests on behalf of the district and has already secured a $1 million funding commitment from our state senator, Joe Cryan, through a budget resolution request. While the funding remains subject to final state budget approval, it represents an important milestone and demonstrates the support the district's initiative have received at state level. Additionally, we have submitted appropriations requests through our United States Senators Cory Booker and Andy Kim, and continue to pursue state and federal funding opportunities that benefit the district. Our work does not stop once an application is submitted. We also coordinate outreach efforts to secure letters of support from members of Congress, United States senators, state senators, assembly representatives, and local elected officials. In addition, we encourage elected officials to visit district schools and participate in facility walkthroughs to see the students we serve, meet district staff, and gain a better understanding of the district's needs. On a personal note, I am especially pleased to be a part of this because I now live in Roselle. I am now a resident of Great Roselle, and I'm very proud to be a part of the Roselle community. That gives me an even greater appreciation for the importance of the work ahead and vested interest in helping the district achieve its goals. I look forward to continuing to work with the Board of Education, district administration, elected officials, and community stakeholders to help secure additional resources that support the district's vision for the future. I know that Dr. Simmons has mentioned funding for cleaning supplies, and also mentioned about the playground, the structural ground hazards. All those things are, they're associated with cost. And I want to make sure that we are tapping into any grant funding that we possibly can get for the board to offset some of the tax burden on the residents here in the borough of Roselle. So I am here, I am available. Mr. Tebow, he has my information. I'm more than willing to provide that with you all. And thank you all for allowing me to be here tonight. And I know it's been a very long night, but you all have a blessed and beautiful evening, and happy Juneteenth in advance. And you all have a great evening. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You next? No. It's okay? You sure?
Yeah, I got you here.
You got me? Okay. Grace and peace, everybody. This is Reverend Atkins, Roselle, New Jersey. First of all, I would just like to say congratulations and welcome to one of the greatest municipalities in Union County. And it's also good to see that we have local residents who are pulling up their sleeves to fight the fight with us to make sure that we have the right funding in place for the right initiatives. It's good when someone comes and do an analysis and actually ask, how can we help the district with funds? Just the mere fact that $1 million has been requested is just outstanding. I believe the year before last, we were able to get about $500,000. The year before that, I was able to get $1 million. However, it went to the municipality side for a youth project. I do want to say it's good to see that we have that collaboration. The only reason why I say that is because with the way schools are today, we have a great need in our community for a new school. We need it because our children are dealing with schools that are not necessarily brand new. I believe the last time we had a school that was built has been a little over almost, 50, maybe 100 years or so. But what I can tell you is that we have some challenges. They can't be in the schools during the summer because we don't have adequate air conditioning. We see that it's going to be overcrowded as a result of all the developments that's going on. I know that they did an analysis when the Park Apartments came, but I'm not for sure if they went back to revise it to see what the impact was going to be on the school system. And as a result, I believe with all my heart, that's the reason why we're seeing the overcrowding that we are seeing. One of the challenges that I see there for our school district is the mere fact that it's not going to stabilize itself, but it's going to increase. It's going to increase as a result of a new housing development, which is going up on St. George Avenue. We also have another development that's going up on East 4th Avenue, right across from in the back of the Catholic school. So we have all this development that's going to be going on, and with that being said, there is a need for another school. So I know that the school district has been working on a strategic plan to make that happen, and just the mere fact that we have partners who are willing to come to the table to help us with that funding is tremendous. Anything that we can do to get assembly people to sign on, please let me know, because I'm there to make sure that that happens. And I believe with all my heart that the answer is not in front of us. It's not in front of us. A lot of times we look for the answer to be in front of us, but that's the wrong approach. The answer that we're looking for is not in front of us. The answer that we're looking for is right in us. It's in our minds, it's in what we see, it's in what we know, and it's in what we can do for our families right here in Roselle. So I stand with all the parents and all the constituents of Roselle to say that we're behind you in all your efforts to make sure that we have the school that we need. But the only way we do that is if you fight for it. You fight for it, you help us bring it to the community. We will stand right there. We'll make sure that we do everything that we can to get it across the finish line. But we need for you guys to continue pushing. And we also need community partners who have a vested interest in Roselle, making sure that we're successful. I'm happy that we have a firm that's Roselle-based, because I believe with all my heart that we need to work on Roselle first. It needs to be internal, and then we need to work external. So with that being said, I do want to congratulate the Reverend Dr. Cynthia Atkins on winning her election for First Ward Council here in Roselle. It only says that the people in Roselle are willing to go to the next level to help Roselle. So I'm looking forward to all that Roselle have, and I appreciate you giving me more time and not cutting me off. And thank you very much, and have a wonderful night tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? You sure? Seeing that there is nobody else, we're closing public comment at 9:05 p.m. Motion to...
President, I would like to make a motion that we go back into executive session so we can finish what we started, so you have information for Monday, because this is a long weekend and we need to finish the information that you guys wanted to finish so that you can have something to present on.
Okay, would that be for personnel matters, you're making a motion?
Yes.
Only, second.
I'll second.
Everyone in favor? Alright. We should be in, our second executive for about 30 minutes? 15? 30 minutes? Okay, so we should be back from our second executive session for, personnel matters. Thank you.
Okay, let's get yeah, you can we'll see if we can pull them. That's cool. Good. Okay.
Okay, and the news.
And then,
And the news.
no. So.
We've seen each other passing through the years.
Whatever the reasons are. You see, I'm trying to like sit in when we're
Yeah, what you do copies, some copies. These are some copies. Yeah.
So
I was over there. I started, you know, because when I sit down, I get comfortable.
Don't tell me you was
No, my eyes was over there like that. I was like, and then I started choking one time. I said, you choking so loud or something? Like, oh man. But you want to let me know? You said,
Thank you very much. No, they don't wrap up.
you know, they. I got some homework to do anyway. You know what it says? Monday night, long. I don't even know what happened.
whether they like it or not.
what happened with
Yeah.
taking up his piano. I ain't even get around.
Oh, Lord. Yes, indeed. Enjoy your father.
Yeah, that's it. All right.
Father Day.
But reach out to me. All right. I want to do the cameo.
All right, for sure.
All right. Yes, of course.
All right.
That's not necessarily the right ones for community.
That's what you stand for.
Electricity, you have something that's called EMF, which is electric motive force. Then you have something which is a CEMF, which is a counter motive force. So you have a force, then you have a counter motive force, and because they fight against each other, like the school project that we're currently working on, that happened when I was on the board of that. And that's going back I was on the board, I was president of the board, I was all that stuff, and we were trying to do a school project back then, but it kept getting shot down because it wasn't this person's idea. Then when that person came up with it, then it wasn't this person's idea, and they just fight, and it's time out for all that. In the middle of all that, the only people that's really suffering is us. Union, they can build a school. Yeah. Elizabeth, they built one. Kenilworth, they built an extension. Yeah, it's like, which is beautiful. Like, come on, let's go. What are we doing here? That's great. You got all that land. Come on, let's go. Let's do this.
You can do prefab, you can erect the whole thing, and then
Roll
when I saw Kenilworth do it, I'm like some of it's still brand, like who's in the way. So I agree with you.
Just need to have
You gotta have the vision.
proper.
You gotta-
Good talking to you. Yeah, as well. Thank you for the reminder.
I'm on Maple Street, I've been there for 1997, 28 years now.
You've been here as long as my life. You've been here about the same amount of time. Our kids came up through the system. I shouldn't say the system. Came up through the Roselle education journey. Yeah.
Educational.
Something. Yeah. And they turned out okay. People say it's bad, we have a bad school. But you know, if it was so bad, why are people lying to come here? Because we live on East Third where the bus comes out of Elizabeth and some of the kids get off the bus and they come to Roselle to school. And then after school, they go back to that same bus stop. And they go out.
It's a big problem, and it's a strain on the vision as well.
So that has to say something, that speaks something. We got something here. So,
what they're coming from is different. It's different. I raised my 3 older ones. When I moved to Roselle, my son, he was 2. Yeah, he went to one of the daycares on 6
West Virginia, was a foster-mom.
Okay.
And nothing but boys, all the boys come to my house. So I used to feed them, and she housed them.
Nice.
There's a bunch of them.
That's community.
They still call me mom, you know, I watched them grow up.
That's community.
They go and come back, they did, they'll ring, mom, I just want to let you know I'm here.
That's good.
So,
That's good.
Roselle's been good to me and my family. I have no.
Ours too. That's why we continue to stay in the fight with God.
It's important.
Yeah.
It's important. There's so much going on, it's important. Appreciate it. Thank you. Congratulations to the family on your wife's,
Yeah, I'm so excited. That was a fight. I think they did without the bells. So, and
period.
He'll keep you in peace. He'll keep you. Everybody doing crazy stuff. He'll just keep you in peace. That's how I fight my battles. That's a song. That's how I fight my battles. Let him do it. And when he fights the battle, when he throws a punch, all we gotta do.
I have to say, when I fall short and forget that, he reminds me. He's
Yeah, I remember. Let me give you
He's a reminder.
Yes. So let me give you my wife's number. Her number is 908 884 492. That's all I got. Cynthia Atkins, and I'll also give you a number. It's 908 1605. 1605. So if you ever can be of any assistance or help, maybe that type of stuff. Hey, it's me. I'm going to save your Assistant G. Your last name is
Robinson. It's on funds. I was doing the math on it the other day. I was like, wow, it's been that long. I was like, I remember when there was a bowling alley up there.
Oh man, you remember that across the street? Yeah, it was a bowling alley. Then above that, they had offices. It was no Dollar General. You remember when what was the name of that video place? Blockbuster was there, CES. I remember when they used to park. It wasn't in the line, but it was like, you like pulled in on Cessna. Haha, I got you. Yeah. So instead of being lined up like this, it was
With the CVS or
in
on
front
Chestnut.
on Chestnut, period.
Really?
Yeah, from, it was,
Where the bank is, it used to be like that. I don't remember this. I moved here in September. We didn't even close on the project, but one of my kids to start school, so they let us move in.
I think we moved in, it was 97 or 98. Grace and peace, Brother T-Bot. How are you?
Last and favor. Last and favor.
You good? Long time no see, right?
No, sir. Esa dije. Esa no.
How did you know?
Sorry, y'all.
Is that?
Thank you, everyone. I would like to take a motion to adjourn this meeting.
No, motion to reconvene.
Motion to reconvene.
Motion to come back from executive session. Thank you.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to adjourn this meeting?
Second.
No.
Oh, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
It is late.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, everyone in the audience. 10:45. We'll see you on Monday at 7:30.